They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start for Stormin' Sammy, who dashes out for the lead. Almond Cider accompanies that one up the inside second. Then 4 lengths to Lookin' Super third. A gap of 3 to Mayhem in the Palace, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Finalist, who's about 3 lengths in front of Double Shot, who's at the tail of the field, half-mile to go. It's Stormin' Sammy, who leads by 3 over Almond Cider, who defers in second. 2 more lengths back to Lookin' Super third. A similar margin of 2 to Mayhem in the Palace in fourth. 6.5 lengths off the lead. Then about 6 lengths to Double Shot is out of last. And Finalist trails. First quarter, 22 seconds. Fast pace at the front end being set by Stormin' Sammy. Here's Lookin' Super and Mayhem in the Palace, 3 and 4 wide as Almond Cider battles on as they turn into the stretch. Stormin' Sammy, but it's Mayhem in the Palace on the grandstand side, and Lookin' Super are closing in. 3 across the track, 1 furlong to go. Lookin' Super and Mayhem in the Palace are on the outside. They're first and second. Stormin' Sammy back in third, and deep stretch. It's Lookin' Super. Lookin' Super at 9-2 wins the opener by 2.5. Mayhem in the Palace second. Stormin' and they're off. Pauper King, Connor's turn. Counter's turn goes out for the lead, and Molo's up into second. Chicago Charlie third, not my type. 3 wide fourth, now up into third. Pauper King, 4 wide fifth, and a length and a half to Runaway Roscoe second last, who's a length in front of 10 Run Rules at the back. Connor's turn has a challenger inside, outside. Outside, not my type, and Molo at the fence getting shuffled third. Pauper King is in fourth. Blinkers to the outside of Chicago Charlie, races in fifth in some traffic. 2 more lengths to Runaway Roscoe in second last, and 3 parts of a length to 10 Run Rule, who trails the field. Not my type takes over from Connor's turn with less than 5/16 to go, and Molo's in third and 4 lengths off the lead. Pauper King outside of him, Chicago Charlie fifth, and then it's Runaway Roscoe and 10 Run Rule as they turn into the stretch. Not my type is homeward bound, has the lead by 3. Connor's turn is fatigued, and Molo inherits second, and then it is Chicago Charlie and Runaway Roscoe, 16th to go. It's Not My Type, who's on top by 4. Not My Type will break the maiden today, and Molo reports home in second. Runaway Roscoe third. They're all the gate, and they're off. Not the greatest start in the world for Well Suited. It's Not Today Governor who bounds out for the lead. Percy 3 wide. Gimme Gimme is in between horses in third. Tap It Easy behind the speed in fourth. Well Suited out of last. And about a length and a half in front of Fast Amendment, who brings up the rear. Not Today Governor has the rail and the lead by a half length over Gimme Gimme, who rates outside second. Percy 3 wide in third. Then it's Tap It Easy and Well Suited fourth and fifth. Both of those two about 2 off the lead, and 3 lengths to Fast Amendment, who's at the back of the pack. First quarter mile, 24 seconds, 4 across the track. Up the backstretch. Tap It Easy now takes over the lead. Percy outside second. And then it's Gimme Gimme and Not Today Governor third and fourth. Well Suited, White Blinkers in fifth, 4.5 lengths off the lead. And Fast Amendment is out of last, but will be 4 wide into the far turn. Now into the top 4 is Fast Amendment. They got about 3 furlongs to go. Tap It Easy leads by a length and a half. Percy nudged upon in second. Fast Amendment circles up outside in third, now up into second. Well Suited will try and probe through at the fence, a length off the lead, and Well Suited gets through towards the rail. Fast Amendment continues that sustained rally on the outside. Tap It Easy relegated back to third. Percy fourth. They're in upper stretch. It's Well Suited who's sent down for the drive. Fast Amendment attempts to pass on the outside second. They're clear by 8 over Tap It Easy and Percy. 16th to go. Well Suited digs in along the inside. Fast Amendment on the outside second. Well Suited, Fast Amendment. It's Well Suited victorious, defeating Fast Amendment. Then it was Percy and Tap It Easy. 7 cents. Time Super, $1.73. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 7, Aram Carliani. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta in the gate. And they're off. Pesadilla Chanel streaks out for the early lead on the blink, flashing early speed. Then it's Thrills with No Bills. Here's Jay's Love at the fence from fifth up into third. And then it's Sugar Ride, improving in between horses in fourth, three off the lead. Thrills with No Bills, four wide fifth, and 2.5 to Out of the Cloud, who trails the field. Pesadilla Chanel has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Jay's Love in second. On the blink in contention in third, 2 lengths off the lead. And then in fourth, that is Sugar Ride. Followed up next by Thrills with No Bills, who's about 7 lengths off the lead, and 5 lengths to Out of the Cloud, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Pesadilla Chanel is opened up by 3.5 lengths. Sugar Ride is now into second and cutting into the margin. A few more lengths back to the others. On the blink is to the inside of Thrills with No Bills. Then it's Jay's Love towards the rail. They got 3/16 to go. Pesadilla Chanel on top. The lead's 3 lengths. Sugar Ride under a busy ride by Jockey Gomez in second. Then it's Thrills with No Bills in deep stretch. It's Pesadilla Chanel going from gate to wire in front. Thrills with No Bills second. Sugar Ride third. Jay's looking up Ramon's name on Equibase, and then I got a call to confirm it. It's his first career win as a jockey. Gate. And they're off. Playing on Broadway wins the break and fires out for the lead. Recorded time, flashing early speed. Here's Vermont Blue and American Purple. Vermont Blue, American Purple first and second. Recorded time outside third, playing on Broadway fourth. 2 lengths come Monday towards the fence in fifth. Then in sixth, that is Speed Walking. A length to Practically Summer to the outside of Signal Chat. And then 3 lengths back to Rockstar Babe, who's about 8 lengths in front of Well Documented, who's in the 10th and trailing position. Onto the turn. Vermont Blue has a lead by a length and a half. Recorded time, prompting outside second. American Purple drops back, losing third to playing on Broadway. Come Mondays in fifth and 6.5 lengths off the lead. Practically Summer and Speed Walking are next, followed up by Signal Chat and Rockstar Babe as they turn into the home stretch. Vermont Blue, one of the first-time starters, has a lead. The lead's about 6. Recorded time is fully extended, playing on Broadway's towards the rail in third. A few more lengths back to come Monday fourth, 16th to go. It's Vermont Blue crushing the competition. Vermont Blue and Davila win by 10. Recorded time second. Then it was playing on Broadway and Signal Handicapping Challenge. First one of the season, $1,000 in cash for the winner. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. It's on Finger Lakes Races 1 through. And they're off. Not a good start for Malcolm's Rush, who's last. It's Asset Management, King Solomon and Shady Voting now first and second. Asset Management and Always Packin' third and fourth. King Selkie Melky fifth and about 8 lengths off the lead. As its strongest link is towards the inside. Propitious is in between horses. Call Saul's in second last and about 13 lengths off the lead. Then about 8 lengths to the trailer, Malcolm's Rush, who trails the field. King Solomon into the turn. Has a lead by a half length over Shady Voting second. First quarter mile, 22 3/5, and Shady Voting is blowing the turn. It's Always Packin', who now attacks on the outside in second. Then about 5 lengths back to Asset Management in third. 3 lengths to Propitious in fourth. And then it's King Silky Melky, strongest link. Call Saul's in seventh as they turn into the stretch. Always Packin' takes over from King Solomon. Asset Management bearing down on the outside, and it's Asset Management who overhauls Always Packin' in mid-stretch. And it's Asset Management drawing clear of the 16th pole. Asset Management off the long layoff wins by about 2. Always Packin' second, Propitious third, King Solomon fourth for $15.61. Pick 4 of 4, $424 even. 7th race at Finger Lakes. No scratches or they're all on the gates. And they're off. Slight hop at the start, Lady Serenity. It's Queens Over Threes who jets out for the lead, as Lady Serenity outside of Queens Over Threes now contending for the top spot and gets that lead. Third place, Stunning Sugar. Eddie Marie towards the inside fourth. 3 parts for length back. Mischievous Trick in fifth. Top of the table, outside 6, 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. A half length to Apollonia Vitelli towards the inside in second last. And 4 lengths to La Indecente, who trails the field. Lady Serenity, first quarter mile, drilled in 22 and 2/5. Queens over 3s in pursuit in second. Eddie Marie tries to sneak on through towards the inside in third. Mischievous Trick now charges up to the outside forward. Stunning Sugar trying to keep position in fifth. Then 4 lengths to Apollonia Vitelli to the inside, atop of the table. And many lengths back to La Indecente, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. As it's Lady Serenity, it comes off the turn by a length and a half. Eddie Marie and Mischievous Trick are contending on the outside, and Mischievous Trick is the one on the outside now, striking the front. Eddie Marie attempted to change leads, finally gets on track. Lady Serenity back in third, in deep stretch. Mischievous Trick and Eddie Marie. Here comes the winning line. Mischievous Trick, give Koa 2 on the card. Eddie Marie second. Double $33.68, exacta $24.28, trifecta $72.37. And they're off. It's Lady Meringue who's aggressive out of the starting gates. Spicy Ticey flashing early speed towards the inside in second. Capo de Monte races in third. And then it's Bustling Town trying to probe through at the fence in fourth. Volamo outside fifth. Lady of Mercy in amongst horses sixth. West 17th in seventh. And then about, 15 lengths to the trailer. And that is High End. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. Entry into the turn. Lady Meringue has the lead. Volamo comes to engage outside in second. Spicy Ticey still towards the inside in third. Half length back to Bustling Town, challenging in fourth, now up into third. A length and a half off the lead is Bustling Town. Fifth place, Lady of Mercy at 3.5 to West 17th, who's 4 lengths in front of Capo di Monte. And High End still at the back of the pack as they reach the top of the home stretch. And it's Volamo who comes off the turn, leading by a length. Bustling Town, the danger on the outside second. Spicy Ticey third. Lady of Mercy a stand side fourth. 1 furlong to go. Volamo digs in along the inside. Bustling Town to the outside second. 70 yards to go. Volamo and Bustling Town. Volamo, Bustling Town. Volamo holds over Bustling Town. Spicy Ticey third. 90. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is listed as fast. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, no changes in the opener. Race 2 got a scratch of number 6, Funny Forecast. Funny Forecast is a scratch from the second race. Number 2, Pippa's Song, is a New York bred, even though she's listed as a New York bred in the program, but I'll pass it along. Race 3. No changes. No changes in the third. Race 4 got a couple scratches. Scratch number 4, Tis Improbable, and number 5, Cha Cha Millie. Tis Improbable, Cha Cha Millie, 4 and 5, scratch from the fourth. Race 5, scratch the following. Number 3, Rochelle My Belle. Number 5, In Traffic. Number 8, Diva Banker. Number 11, Bad Connection. Scratch Rochelle My Belle, In Traffic, Diva Banker, Bad Connection, 3, 5, 8, 11, all. Scratch from the fifth. Race 6. Scratch number 3, Evander Keen. Number 3, Evander Keen, a scratch from race 6. Race number 7. Late work for number 2, Mission Critical. Workout took place at Saratoga, July 16th, 4 furlongs fast surface, 51.10 breezing. Eighth and final. Scratch number 3, Centavo. Number 3, Centavo is a scratch from the 8th and final. That's a look at scratches and changes for the Tuesday card. Don't forget, next Monday here at Finger Lakes, a free handicapping challenge. Winner takes home $1,000 cash. Top 3 get prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. Up next, Handicapping with Dave. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. We will be going over this Tuesday card, 8 races today. We had a lot going on yesterday, first day of the racing week. First, a congratulations to jockey Ramon Malero. First career victory. He did it aboard Pesadilla Chanel. I say that one wrong. for Nerco Huertas. Congratulations to Ramon Malero. Sure, he got a couple buckets of water poured on him because that's the initiation they do after you win your first race. So, congratulations to him. That's got to be an exciting moment. Also, good days yesterday. Michael DeVilla and Caber Koa. Koa is a broken record because he's been having multiples every day. The guy's on fire. But Michael DeVilla, a couple of good rides. And I believe a couple of trainers had good days. John Grabowski, former top rider here at Finger Lakes back in the day. Grabowski, really a decorated career here at Finger Lakes. Still think he holds a couple of records. He had a couple of victories as a trainer. And the Murph, Tim Murphy, with a couple of victories, one of them with a first-time starter during the midday pick 4. So those are our multiple winners from yesterday. Good days had by a few people on yesterday's card. We look at today's, we did get a few scratches. Kind of keep an eye on how it changes pace scenarios, because a couple of these races, it really does, and we'll be going over that. The other thing we got to kind of watch is the possibility of rain. Now, I'm handicapping for a fast racetrack. It's kind of a hit or miss right now, 50 or 60%, I think they call it. Of course, the odds, the probability that they give for weather reports are kind of vague, more difficult than it is handicapping horses. I always say that. Be easier to do the weather than handicap horses, but we'll know. It is cloudy right now, and there is that chance of some rain. Won't be as bad as the other day, as Saturday. It really got a big storm here in this area. When I say a big storm, I think we had a tornado warning. Did some damage. All right, fast racetrack, at least to start it off. We got an 11-9 claimer in the first that goes 6 furlongs. It is a never 1-2 condition. We start that early pick 5, and we got 2 pick 5s with the 8 race card. Races 1 through 5 has the mandatory payout, and then 4 through 8 has the possible carryover if nobody has 5 of 5. Really like Mr. Sugar Daddy in here. And, you know, I mentioned Grabowski having a good day yesterday. I like him, his other horse he's got today. But really, that's the main threat anyway. But I think Mr. Sugar Daddy's just better than these horses at this distance. True Violence has the numbers to win, but he's a little bit questionable at the distance. Even though he's dropping, he's cutting back big time. Mr. Sugar Daddy, they thought enough of him as a 2-year-old. He did display some talent, and he ran well in the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes, which is one of our minor stakes here at the end of the year for the 2-year-olds. Since then, he had his 3-year-old season last year, and he did okay. I mean, at least he stayed in allowance conditions for most of the year, and he was competitive against allowance conditions. I think there were higher expectations for him, especially when he was in the 2-year-old stakes races. So the 3-year-old season didn't really pan out for Mr. Sugar Daddy. But again, he dropped to 11, and this barn does that. He dropped to 11 at the end of the year so they could come back for the waiver claim. And you get 2 waiver claims in today as well. He's protected. I don't think, unless he runs horribly today, that he'll be running unprotected for a tag. But it was his first start off the layoff, and to be honest, he didn't run that badly. The horse that won, I believe, is entered in Saratoga this weekend out on Napodia. That's how good that horse looked that day. So he wasn't that far behind the second horse. So he stays at the 11-9. Really, no world beaters in here. No ride share drops. True Violence also drops. But I think if he runs his race, making his second start off the layoff, he's going to be awfully tough in this spot. Never won at the distance, but he's only got one. I mean, it's a never 1-2 lifetime. The one horse, True Violence, numbers-wise, yeah, he would be the winner, and he's going to get bad. As he's already 9-5. But make sure you notice that most of the races that he's run and done well in are route races. So the question is going to be the distance for True Violence. Now, as mentioned, he's in the top 4 of the last 2 races against allowance horses going long. So the drop in class alone makes this horse very much a contender But again, the distance. He doesn't have a lot of early speed for sprints, enough to be close. But I think that's where he's going to be up against it against Mr. Sugar Daddy and maybe Rideshare. There really isn't a lot of pace in here either. I mean, that's the other part of it. I mean, you got Rideshare as the speed, and probably Mr. Sugar Daddy might have enough natural speed to be close up with Rideshare. But you know what? Rideshare, if he does get aggressive here, he might have a tactical edge. He's cutting back in distance, and it's not like he was showing any speed in sprints anyway. It is a race that's truly void of any pace. And we had a couple of them yesterday, and there are a couple today as well. It's a True Violence. He's got some speed, but it's more route speed. Mr. Sugar Daddy, yeah, he showed a little bit of speed in the mud. When you look at his last race in November, he probably has as much tactical speed as Rideshare. And that could be key here. If Mr. Sugar Daddy can make the lead, he's going to be that much tougher. Again, not a lot of speed in here. You don't want to have a horse that's going to be trying to sit back and make a run if they do 47 to the half for the 6 furlongs. So I think Mr. Sugar Daddy is going to be on the front line today with Rideshare and get first run on some of these other ones. But Rideshare is certainly dangerous because he is dropping and there isn't a lot of speed in the race. I don't know about the turn back. At least you know the horse is going to be fit with his cutback. It's not like he showed anything in the slop when he went long last time. But I think you can forgive the effort and just completely draw a line through it. And the horse plays, especially with the lack of pace in there. All right, second race, Scratch the 6. Funny forecast. Like the first race, first two races are very similar in a sense. I know one's a 2 lifetime 11, this one's a maiden, but the pace scenario is very similar when you look at the first two races. The first race, going 3/4, same distance as the second, has an absolute lack of pace and a questionable pace scenario. The second race is the same thing. You got a bunch of maidens who really haven't shown any kind of early speed. Yeah, Photo ID had the lead last time, but he also did a 23 and change first quarter. So a lot of horses here could get the lead in 23. Scarlet Queen was the one that I thought, being inside of Photo ID, might take the initiative and go to the front end. If he doesn't, Photo ID is going to be that much tougher as if she can get the lead in here. But, you know, Scarlet Queen, she was off a step slow in her debut and going 6 furlongs, so she wasn't able to show a lot of speed there. She got into the race. She didn't show much speed after that, but I think they purposely were trying to teach her a little bit of sitting back and making a run, because that's what she's been doing. If I go back to her first couple races, I think she does have some natural speed in a race. Obviously 23 could get the lead in here. And I think an aggressive ride from the start could get this horse in the winner's circle by going to the front end. Again, Grabowski's on a roll. He had a couple wins yesterday. He's got a live horse in the first and on the turn back, but this one might be able to get the lead. I don't know. If not, Photo ID is going to be that much tougher in a paceless race. I mean, how much did you like Funny Forecast before that one scratched in this race? You talk about a horse that was going to be the main speed, so it's probably some bad luck for Funny Forecast, unable to make it to the races stakes. That horse looked like she was going to be low in speed. But it does change the pace scenario big time with the main speed horse scratched. She's a goddess. Yes, you watch her race, she had all kinds of trouble. There were a few of them in that race, though. If you watch, things got a little tight. She checked, but the horse behind her checked real bad in that race. So I don't think it was Funny Fork. It was a Funny Forecast. Was one of the horses that were in that race. But she did take a lot of money in her three-year-old debut, first time against older horses. And again, she had a troubled trip. I mean, it wasn't horrible in a sense that I don't think I can't sit here and say that she would have been first or second in there if that doesn't happen, because I don't think she would have, because after the check she tried to come up the inside and didn't have a lot of punch. She did have some horse left though, so she could improve off of that race with an error-free trip. She's obvious players, morning line favorite, and probably will be one of the favorites in here. Again, Photo ID, Could be dangerous if she makes the lead. Again, she's getting the lead in 23 and 46. More of an inheritance than anything because there was no speed last time. Thing is, there's no speed here either. And the thing is, the Funny Forecast didn't even really try for lead, but Funny Forecast also got off slow that day, and that's why Photo ID inherited. Interesting to see what the pace scenario will happen. There is a first-time starter in here. I don't think she's going to have any speed. She's definitely bred for a much longer distance. I think the dam, 53 of her 60 starts for the dam of that firster were in route races. So there's no sprint whatsoever in Pipa's song, or Pippa's song, however you want to look at it. And you can see by the work, she probably wants more distance and probably won't have much for early speed. All right, third race, a 5,000 claimer going a mile. And looking at the contenders in here, it does look like trainer Paul Barrow holds all the cards. I mean, I like him 1-2. Cozy Magic, numbers-wise, going back to last year, just running against those allowance rivals, whether it's long or short, just simply has better company kept than the rest of them. I don't know how much the wrong direction this horse has gone. They did their usual thing. They dropped to 5,000 and came back. You'd think for the waiver, but she's not in for the waiver. So I don't know if that's the most positive sign for Cozy Magic that she's for sale for 5,000 when she was running against allowance horses last year. But she can improve off of that race one way or the other. A mile seems to be a decent distance for her, even though she's 0 for 4 going the mile. I mean, this will be the first time going a mile against 5,000 claimers. She's never seen this level going a route. So, logical horse is Cozy Magic. Jessica's race, she came off the layoff and ran okay. And she was in for the waiver and did the same thing. Said, well, you know what? She didn't run that great for 5. We'll keep her for 5 without the waiver. And ran into a pretty well-graded $5,000 lifetime condition. You look at the top 2 finishers, they would probably be the favorites in here. So I thought she ran okay. And you look at last year, she kept her form going long. I'm not going to say she's better going long. A lot of times the races are easier in the route part of the condition instead of the sprint. It's still good enough in the route races last year for her to be competitive against these. And I thought that they're the main threat. So I got this barn 1-2 in this race, and you could flip-flop them if you want a box, but it does seem like they have that advantage. Now, as far as the pace scenario, it seems to come from the 2 Fashionable Kitty and the 3 Tamaki. Tamaki's stretching out for the first time. We know that horse is tough if she could get the lead in a route. Fashionable Kitty's probably faster, but I don't even have an excuse for Fashionable Kitty last time. She couldn't have slowed it down anymore to not even hit the board unless she needed the mile over the track. Esther Salad, I'm going to use as the next best. I always think it's more between her and I Am Eve to get the 3rd position because it does look like Barrow could run 1-2. But Esther Salad seems to be an improved horse. She won the 2 lifetime for 5 and did it pretty handily. It's probably the best race. I mean, she won, but it's the best race that she's run since arriving here at Finger Lakes. So she almost looked like a different horse. And she followed it up with a solid 2nd place finish going a mile. Now, the question is the distance still. I mean, yes, she ran well to be 2nd. It's hard to say how good the rest of that field was. But she did overcome some trouble. I think she had a bad start in that race as well. So the question is she going to improve off of that race, getting that mile under, or a different scenario occurs where she really is more of a sprinter and she doesn't run as well. We'll see. I mean, of the rest of them, it's hard to like anybody else once you get past the 2 Barrow trainees. But I think if there's another horse that could upset here, other than the 2 Barrows, I think it's Esther Salad. I don't even know what that means. What is that? Esther Salad. Is there something backwards? No? Somebody named Esther's got a salad, I guess. 4th race. We scratch the 4, Tis Improbable. Scratch the 5, Cha Cha Millie. Yeah, do something. I mean, a lot of things have gone against trends this year at Finger Lakes. I mean, I've been handicapping this track for a long time, and a lot of the trends haven't been holding up for some of these horses. I mean, I never pick a horse that's been off a year and a half or longer, and lately, I think we've had 3 horses over the last few weeks that have won with about a year and a half or more layoff. It doesn't happen here that often, at least going long. I'm talking about route races. But it happens. First time starters going long, they rarely win. Now this is a mile, and you're talking about one of the top trainers in the country. So the old adage, Lenny's Way, doesn't have to be much to beat this field. Usually hear that a lot. And the fact that they paid so much money for this one compared to these horses. I mean, she was a $75,000 weanling that resold for $125,000 as a yearling. So that's a positive sign. And the fact that she starts off her career against specialists. Now, the negative to that is she was working at Saratoga, and they have New York bred maidens. Maiden special weights, New York bred, and then they have the maiden New York bred claimer. I don't think we do New York bred maiden claimers here. So the fact that she came down the road here, maybe they thought she wouldn't be as competitive against the maidens there. I guess that, I mean, the works are on the slow side, but she's also going long. This is a half to Messi the Magician. I mean, that one's become a $5,000 claimer here for Ronnie Breed, but it's a good looking horse that they paid $110,000 for, so they probably had higher hopes for Messi the Magician, who I've recently found out is a soccer player now. I don't watch soccer. I know for some reason the world has changed around me. Used to be nobody watched soccer. It was football, baseball, basketball, and sometimes hockey, in my neck of the woods. I guess you learn something. I know who Messi is. Why did I think it was a hockey player? Messier. The 3, Find Me a Prince. I got for second. I like the distance breeding on Find Me a Prince. I mean, she's had 3 starts, all in sprints, but especially on the dam side, you got Tonalist over there. First Samurai's been good long or short. We've had a bunch here. And I think the stretch out is actually going to help Find Me a Prince the best. I think she's got the best route breeding, other than the first time starter, in this field. Actually, the first time starter doesn't have great route breeding. She's just got better breeding than most of this field. So I'll use Find Me a Prince for second. She should like the distance. The morning line favorite, the 2, Hip Hop Dancer, also has got some decent numbers for the route. She's had route experience in New York. She actually ran second in one of those state-bred maiden claimers. That was restricted for 3-year-olds. Don't think that was awfully tough, but she was competitive for a time in that condition. And I don't think this is much tougher, but her last couple races for Hip Hop Dancer just haven't been as good. So she's really going to have to improve off of the recent starts. But you go back a few starts and she wins this. That is of the horses that have run. I just think with no standouts in here, Lenny's Way, just from the rail, probably goes to the front. Like the first 2 races that I was talking about in those sprint races, this route race doesn't have a lot of speed in it either. That seems to be a trend today with races that just don't have a lot of pace in it. So maybe, I know Lenny's Way doesn't have very fast works. I don't know how much speed she's going to have from the rail, but maybe she does try to be aggressive. It's one of those races, I usually could tell who's going to get the lead, unless somebody's really not aggressive. This race, that's how you got to look at it. Who's going to get the lead in there? Maybe the firster gets the front end in race number 4 in an absolute paceless field. All right, 5th race, scratch the 3, Rochelle My Belle, scratch the 5 in Traffic, scratch 8, Diva Banker, scratch 11, Bad Connection. A really significant scratch, not saying that the horse is going to win or anything, but a really significant scratch in the 5th race is Bad Connection. Why? Because there were 2 speeds in the race, she was one of them, and now with her scratched, the horse that really benefits is the 4, Only in My Dreams, who I didn't like originally with Bad Connection in there. But the race changes drastically. She didn't even show speed last time. She decided to rate a little bit, and she ran well. I mean, she was in a nose and nose to with Blue Eyed Scout, who was a big favorite in there. So she ran extremely well, responding to the drop last time. Now she's got a couple drop downs to contend with it here, including Dream on Caro takes a big drop. That one might just be better than her. But one thing you could say about Only in My Dreams, with the scratch of Bad Connection, she really does have a big tactical edge on this field. It's not like she hasn't run against better in the past as well. That was her first time dropping a 5 last time. She ran well. Mentioned Dream on Cara. I mean, overmatched last time. And now gets some class relief. She probably would have been competitive 11 and 9 because it looks like she ran in the 11 and 9 here earlier in the year and ran a pretty good third. So I'm gauging by that. That was who was that? That was the Mamba Gigi in that race. There wasn't a lot of speed, and there isn't a lot of speed in here as well, but way over her head last time, at least where she is in her career right now, running against those starters at Saratoga. So this is some serious class relief. This is the cheapest that this horse has ever run against, and could really wake up with a drop in class for a barn. And I was going to mention this. There's a couple barns, a few barns that are hitting for over 30%. And the Dana Saul barn is one of them. I mean, you look at it, she's about 33%. Even better than that lately. The 6-horse Practical Rachel is getting better with every race. Her second start last time, remember, Ralph D'Alessandro had 2 horses in there and they controlled the pace. He had Camus and Carroll said no. They were able to slow it down with absolutely no speed in the race. Camus got the slight lead. Carroll said no, just kind of tracked outside of her. But nobody else had any kind of speed, so they controlled everything. But Practical Rachel, with that under consideration, that 23 first quarter that they did at 5.5 furlongs, she still ran a decent third behind the 2 speeds. That's against the flow of the race, and that's a pretty good effort for Practical Rachel. The problem is, it's the same type of race today where it's Only in My Dreams who should be controlling the pace in race number 5. Okay, the one Troubled Luck, big drop in class, really tricky read. Obviously, you got a good trainer, and the drop alone makes you think you got to use this horse. I mean, she doesn't have much for sprint speed, but she may be the closest one to Only My Dreams early. Question is, how good is she right now? Her recent races are not good, but she gets some serious class relief. Remember, Ferraro had one yesterday. Well, it's Happy Face Racing Stable. I don't know if whenever they have a race here that they're in, they don't lose. But this one drops to 5, and again, if he's off a layoff, little bit of a layoff for a couple months, but they can turn their form around a lot when they're facing easier competition, and I wouldn't put it past Troubled Luck to win here. And she's had success here at Finger Lakes in the past against better competition. I believe she's got 3 wins over this oval in the past. So maybe she's just overmatched in those open 10,000 claimers in New York. I'm going to go 4-10-6-1. All right, 6th race, scratch the 3, Evander Keen. Loaded. I mean, you go through the first 5 races, there's no speed in any of them. No speed that rate, no speed that rate. This horse's low in speed. Makes at least the handicapping easier on paper. It doesn't always go that flow. It doesn't always end up that way. But this race is the opposite. John the Baptist looks like the speed from the rail. But you got Merciless Annihilator, one of the best names at the racetrack, along with Spicy Ticey. You got that one with some speed. And Ava's Uncle Billy's got to lay close. Now, being the one that's outside the other 2, I don't think that he's going to be as aggressive. But here's another one. You see Dana Saul's records, 33%. Chris Engelhardt, same type of percentage. Sometimes you just got to play the hot barns. But the Rachel Sells barn's been going pretty good lately, too. And who's really the true closer in this race when it comes to passing horses? Who sits back and makes a run? Well, St. James will probably be last early, but I'm hoping that the pace takes its toll and she closes and is first at the end. I'm a little concerned that she might hang a little bit in some of her races. It's always tough to be a closer here at Finger Lakes with the distances that we run here, but sometimes it works out if you got a lot of speed to chase, and it looks like that's the case here. And the horse that beat her, Rockstar Rebel, is no slouch, and it was close, as she did have some horse late. I'm just thinking that from a tactical edge or a tactical standpoint, you'd rather, when you're talking about tactical edge, you usually think of a horse that's lone speed. You don't think of a horse that's just the only true closer in a race full of speed and guys and horses that are close up. Lava's Uncle Billy stretches out, and he has had a lot of success going long in the past. I don't know, the question is, does he play presser with John the Baptist and possible Merciless and Highlighter, or he sit back? It might depend on the break, and he being the outside might kind of take a look over and see what the other two horses are doing. But either way, this horse plays. He's probably better going long. He's hitting the board in these races going short, not quite getting there. The route might be what he needs right now, and it could come down to the trip. I could see any of these three horses winning race number 6. I'll go with the 2, 4, 6. I could even see Prophetic. If Prophetic gets the kind of trip that, and there's a good possibility that he does, where the speed goes out there and Prophetic, who does have some natural speed, but sits right off of the speed and is able to get over and save ground. Remember, it was that St. James is going to drop back. The rest of them are going to be up close. So he could probably sit 4th or 5th. If he could save some ground and sit off of the pace and make a run, he's another one to consider in 6. But it's got to, but like I say, you're looking at race flow and talk about racing luck. If that does occur, he's another one that has a big chance in race number 6. Trips are everything. All right, 7th race, an allowance race, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. All right, how do I phrase this? Mission Critical will probably be 3 to 5. But if you get 7 to 2, that's great value. And I guess there's a possibility that he's 7 to 2. It's a good field. So I guess that's how I'll phrase it in here. But I do expect this horse to be a heavy favorite. He ran in the Damon Runyon Stakes, ran 4th. Last time he came here, he did not run well at all. But he was off of a layoff and first trip over the track. So maybe you give him the race. I don't know. It was a bad effort. I'll just say that. But his last race is good, and he comes back here against allowance horses. Very well bred. The dam is a multiple stakes winner. And the thing is, and again, this is my pet peeve, and I say it all the time. These horses go against easier competition. They drop in class or whatever, and then they do an equipment change the same race. It's tough for when you're a horse player. I think it's tough as the trainer doing that as well. How do you know if it was just the easier competition or the equipment? Well, I think they found out the hard way because they took the blinkers off after the dismal performance and the horse ran good again. So maybe people will catch on to my pet peeve. But is that of a multiple stakes winner? So I obviously need the blinkers off for his next trip to Finger Lakes. I just hope it goes better than last time. Probably will take some money, but if he runs his race and runs back to like his maiden victory, they're not going to beat him. He's going to be tough. The question is going to be this turn back in Arch's Assault. What do you do with this horse off the maiden victory? He's obviously bred to go long, and he's running well going long. He's coming off when he graduated in a route race. Remember, this dam that's part of that whole good family, all the smiles. You had Johannesburg smile, Wildcat smile, Tisnow smile, Stormy smile. I only smile when I win smile. But the question is going to be the sprint more than anything, not the talent. Obviously, this horse has got a lot of talent because he dominated the maidens in the route race. This will be the test. It's a much tougher field. There were no mission criticals in that race. and he's cutting back in distance. The 6 Rockin' Money, what do you do with Rockin' Money? Use them underneath, he doesn't win. He's had every chance to win a couple of the races, and he just does not want to go by. And that's not an issue if you're the owner, because guess what? You keep getting a check. Now, last race things didn't go as well. I think the start really compromised his chances, and he didn't have a great trip from there. But you look at the previous 2 starts, good second place finishes in a couple easier versions of this condition, but it was the race that Savage State beat this horse. I mean, he was much the best. He was a heavy favorite. He was supposed to win, but nobody told the horse that. So when he got up and was about to go by Savage State, he decided to go over, get accompanied, and not go by the horse. Maybe being outside here could help Rockin' Money, and he could get the right kind of trip. If somebody can win with this horse, right now it's Caber Koa, because he's done very little wrong. He's improving horses. When he's on his game, he's as good as anybody here. Could happen. Still, you got to use the horse in the top 3 regardless. I mean, that's how you got to look at it. Okay, race 8, we scratched the 3. Centava, again, we go back to like what we had the first, 5 races. A race lacking in any pace, so getting used to it today as far as the pace scenarios. I'm thinking that Catch the Smoke under Raylu just decides to send to the front end. I mean, this horse doesn't have a lot of speed either, but if you look at the whole field, who's got the most speed? Probably Catch the Smoke. You might say OP Firecracker's got a little speed, but Catch the Smoke's inside him. And the last time he was here in the slop, he just absolutely dominated the field. Really tough to go against. I think the only question mark here, it's a scary drop. This horse has been facing so much tougher, and it's not like he's running badly. Went to Saratoga for 12.5, didn't lose that badly. Only beat a couple horses, but he's only losing a few lengths. Comes back to Finger Lakes for 5,000. I don't blame anybody for taking a shot against, but on paper, he's really tough to go against, especially with the pace scenario. And it's really against it for Mad Magic. But sometimes it's a positive negative. Okay, there's no pace to close on. You might get a horse that's the only speed. But after they hit the quarter and half, that's when the chasing begins. Sometimes when you get a lone speed, everybody's starts chasing that lone speed after relaxing early and making early moves. And the horse that makes the last move is the one that gets second or third. They're not going to catch the winner who had the slow pace. But that's kind of the fallacy in horse racing. And if you're a player, you know this. And when you're playing exactas and tries, that's when you throw that long shot for second, being the favorite, because you know everybody's going to be trying to win the race chasing, while you got that deep closer making a run passing the tiring horses that are chasing. Even with a slow pace, they're chasing from the half mile on, and that horse isn't coming back to them. It's a lesson for today. That's why Mad Magic, I think, can still hit the board even though he's against the pace flow in this race. OP Firecracker definitely plays on the drop to 5. The last time this horse ran to 5,000, he beat a good field. Now, he didn't do much against the starters, but he's dropping back to 5. Is he good enough to beat Catch the Smoke? Probably not, but he might be the closest one to him early. And you got to think that he's going to hang around for this level and against these rivals. So it does look like it's Catch the Smoke's race to lose, but it is a scary drop going to 5,000. That's my picks for today. Good luck with yours. Kind of keep an eye on the weather. Could change everything drastically if we get a lot of rain that changes the track condition. But let's hope. Tomorrow we will continue again. Another live card. We got 8 races on Wednesday with a 12:55 first post. So I'll see you then.
There'll be a short delay in the running of the first race, just awaiting a paramedic return back to the track before we can actually run the first race. I apologize for the delay, but I think everyone can understand. A little bit of a delay here before the running of the first race. On the track, first race, Finger Lakes. Number 1 is True Violence and Luis Pena. Number 2, Probably Flattery, Cabercoa. Number 3, Connect the Bronx, Jeremias Flores in the irons. Number 4 is Rideshare, Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Mr. Sugar Daddy, Oscar Gomez. And number 6, Renew the Blue, and Jackie Davis. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race here at Finger Lakes. Track is fast for the opener. 3/4 of a mile the distance. Claimers, non-winners of 2. Inside, 6 to 5. Number 1, True Violence. 9 to 5. Number 5, Mr. Sugar Daddy. Probably Flattery going up. Connect the Bronx. Rideshare, Mr. Sugar Daddy, and Renew the Blue still behind the gate. 2 out. One left to load, Renew the Blue, and they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Renew the Blue, 1 of 3 setting out for the lead. Probably Flattery and Mr. Sugar Daddy, the other two. And then it's True Violence trying to advance up the inside fourth, a length and a half off the lead. Connect the Brox and Rideshare are at the back, but only 3 lengths from top to bottom. One big cluster as they race the half-mile pole. Probably Flattery has the lead. Mr. Sugar Daddy 3 wide. True Violence at the fence. Renew the Blue stalks in fourth, about 3 lengths off the lead. A length and a half back to Rideshare to the outside of Connect the Brox. Those two at the back. About 3 furlongs to go in this race. True Violence, Probably Flattery, Mr. Sugar Daddy. Mr. Sugar Daddy 3 wide, sticks the head in front. Probably Flattery, Blue Blinkers second. True Violence, White Blinkers now losing a little bit of position in third. Renew the Blues. The Blues shaken up in fourth, and it's Connect the Brox and Rideshare, and they're in upper stretch. It's Mr. Sugar Daddy who's homeward bound, has the lead by a neck. Probably Flattery battles on as well as True Violence. Renew the Blue outside fourth, 16th to go. Mr. Sugar Daddy still with the advantage close to home. True Violence and Probably Flattery. Here comes the winning line. Close. I thought Mr. Sugar Daddy got a good head bob. That's a photo with Probably Flattery. Then it was True Violence in third in the first from Finger Lakes. Five, 2, 1, 6. Mr. Sugar Daddy was first. 6 furlongs, 112.52. First race official, $6.08, the winning mutual. Exacta $36.60. Trifecta $13.29. Dime Super $18.10. Official winner number 5, Mr. Sugar Daddy, New York bred, 4-year-old Duck Brown Gelding by Blame out of Crack Your Whip. Richie Rich Racing Stable owns. Paul Barrow trains. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Joanne Nielsen bred Mr. Sugar Daddy. Second race at Finger Lakes. The 2 is a New York bred. Scratch 6 funny forecast. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in 18 minutes at 1:26 p.m. Got a couple jockey changes we want to pass along. Jockey change of the fourth race, number 7 Tavern Talk, John Barrios. John Barrios in the 7 Tavern Talk. Fifth race for the 2 Tumbles, John Barrios once again. Barrios on the 2 Tumbles in the fifth.
All right, we get ready for race number 2, and there's a good value in that race with Mr. Sugar Daddy going up to 2-1. Looked like the horse was sitting on a good race after getting a race under his belt. Oscar Gomez for Paul Bear. It was close. We had 3 horses at the wire together. It was tough to call. It was probably Flattery was coming on again. The horse ran a big race. Like I said, might have got some confidence from the last maiden victory. Of course, Caber Co has been winning at a high percentage, but it ended up being Sugar Daddy getting the victory. Oscar Gomez for Barrows. So now you got another race that doesn't have a lot of speed in it. These are maiden claimers. 11-9 is the price. We scratched the 6. Funny forecast. Horse on the inside's getting some play. Scarlet Queen's getting some play. I'd like to see a little more speed from Scarlet Queen today. In her debut, she was on the rail, and she didn't break all that well and ended up having to settle for third. And she actually had to rush up. So she does have some natural speed if she wants to use it. It seems like this spring she hasn't shown as much speed in either of her races, but she hasn't been breaking all that sharp, and they haven't really been aggressive with her either. It's a race now that she gets a little class relief, dropping to the 11-9. In a paceless race, she might be able to get the lead on Photo ID. Now, Photo ID does look like the horse that at least showed some speed last time when running against the maiden 11-9s. More of an inheritance because they went almost 24 for the first quarter. But this is that type of race. There's just no speed in here. And coming off that second place finish in her first start of the season, she might be a little sharper if she gets the lead today. They probably won't catch her. I ended up using her in third. It's tricky how this pace flow might go if somebody is aggressive inside her, like Scarlet Queen. She's a Goddess is a logical horse. You watch her replay. She didn't get the worst of it, but she did have to check briefly. Probably didn't cost her the win, but she did have some horse trying to get through traffic late after having to check at the top of the stretch. So the problems did affect her. Like I said, I don't think it cost her the win. Probably didn't even cost her second, but she probably would have been a little bit closer if she wasn't one of the 2 horses that checked early in the race. The other horse got it worse, but it was some tight going there early in the race, and again, she had to check before they hit the turn. I could see her running better. Plus, it'll be her third start and second start off the layoff. That she would be no surprise in here, especially if she's sharper in this race. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. Again, we scratch the 6. Funny forecast.
Fillies coming on the track for race 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, She's a Goddess, Cabrucoa. Number 2, Pippa's Song. Well, guess we'll go to the 3, Scarlet Queen, Luis Pena. Number 4, Blue Set and Joel Cruz. Number 5, Photo ID, Kevin Navarro. And number 2, Pippa's Song, Jackie Davis. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go, 6 furlongs. 8 to 5, number 3, Scarlet Queen. Blue Set going up. Photo ID to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Step tardy, Pippa's Song. It's Photo ID who accelerates out for the front end. She's a Goddess up the inside in second. Blue Set far outside of that middle cluster, now losing second to Scarlet Queen. At the back, that's Pippa's Song, who spots the leader about 13 lengths up the backstretch. They run to the half-mile pole. Photo ID, Scarlet Queen first and second, then a length and a half back to She's a Goddess. Red Silks in third to the inside of Blue Set, and then a space of about 11 lengths to Pippa's Song, who's at the tail of the field. First quarter mile, 23 and 4/5, 3 furlongs for the winning line. Photo ID and Scarlet Queen, joined by Blue Set on the 3 wide side. It's She's a Goddess drafting behind, Phillies in fourth, and still many, many lengths back to Pippa's Song at the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Blue Set takes over the lead. Blue Set opens up by a length and a half over Scarlet Queen. Photo ID one paced as She's a Goddess on the outside up into third, 5 lengths off the lead of Blue Set. Blue Set runs down to deep stretch in front by 3 over Scarlet Queen, and She's a Goddess. It's Blue Set in front. Scarlet Queen second, She's a Goddess third, Photo ID fourth. 4315. Number 4, Blue Set first. 6 furlongs, 113.13. In the winner's circle, number 4, Blue Set, New York bred, 4-year-old Bayfillet by McLean's Music out of No Mo Temper. Mitri Box Stable, Clear Star Stable, and 8th Note Stable, the owners. Jonathan Buckley, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Mark Stanley, bred Blue Set, $7.74 the winning mutual. Super, $2.34. Double, $33.88. Exacta, $16.08. Trifecta, $8.24. Third race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race starts a 50-cent pick 4. Don't forget about our free handicapping contest on Monday, July 27th. Free for Ember Rewards members to participate. Winner takes home $1,000. Top 3 finishers get prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Handicapping challenge here on track at Finger Lakes on Monday, July 27th.
All right, third race is upcoming, and yeah, it looked like it was one of those races. It didn't seem like there was a lot of pace, but it was a horse from off the pace, very well-bred horse that ended up winning that race for John Buckley. What got a little bit of a price on that one as well in that wide open event. We go to the third. This one goes a mile. You probably narrow this one down a lot. You got the two horses in here for Paul Barrow, and they both look pretty good. Of course, most of the early money is on Fashionable Kitty, but really hard to find an excuse for her last time. They went 141. She went 49, almost 50 to the half on a pretty quick track, and still to finish off the board. She's going to have to improve off of that race. Cozy Magic, on the other hand, she's been running against allowance horses. She dropped to 5 in the mud, and just to get a race to be able to come back for 5. Unfortunately, she isn't the same horse, and she's not even in for the waiver claim. She was eligible to be so last time. But she comes out of a better race, and she can improve off of that race, stretching out to a mile. Going to be tough in here, and she's at odds of 4-1. Probably won't go off that price. Jessica's race is the other one that I thought has a big chance in here, stretching out. She had 2 starts for 5. The first one was for the waiver claim. Last race she didn't fare as well, running on the inside of 3/4. I think the mile would not be a bad distance for her. You look at her record at a mile, she's got a win in 2/3 and 4 starts going a route. So I figure both barrel horses have a big chance in here, and neither one of them are getting bet early. Esther Salad was the other one that seems to be an improved horse. She was in for the waiver claim 2 starts in a row, didn't hit the board in either one of them. Maybe she was just rounding into shape. Her mile race is not bad at all. She stretched out last time and ran second behind a much the best winner. And that was her first time going a mile since August of last year on the turf. So you got to think that this horse has been on the improve and will be a big threat in here, and does have some natural speed that she'll be out there with Fashionable Kitty and Tamaki, who figures to be the other speed. Now, Fashionable Kitty is the current favorite, 7-5. She's inside the other 2 speeds, but like I said, she had no excuse last time as far as stopping pretty badly, considering she had an easy lead in a slow pace. But maybe give her another chance at 5. She was running against tougher at Gulfstream Park, so if she runs back to those races, she'd be awfully tough in here. But she'll have to run better than she did last time. Exacta Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts with race number 3. Got about 6 minutes to post.
On the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes, number 1 is Cozy Magic, Oscar Gomez, the rodder. Number 2, Fashionable Kitty, and Gia Marina. Number 3 is Tamaki and Juan Diaz. Number 4, Esther's Salad, and Luis Perez. Number 5, Jessica's Race, Jeremias Flores. And number 6, I Am EV, and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in just a few minutes. Finger Lakes would like to wish trainer Victor Dean a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Victor Dean. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. Fillies and Mares loading up into the gate. Race 3 from Finger Lakes. 6-5 on number 1, Cozy Magic. Loading up. Half the field in line. Esther's Salad going up. Jessica's Race and I Am EV. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Great start for Tamaki, who jets out for the lead. Fashionable Kitty has inside position. And those are the two quickest early on. Esther's Salad rates in third. And then in fourth, that is Cozy Magic. Jessica's Race behind her in fifth and is to the inside of IMEV, who's at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. Fashionable Kitty and Rohina on the front end has the lead by 3.5 lengths. Tamaki stalks in second. Esther's Salad, Yellow Camp outside in third, won by Perez. Then 2 lengths back to Cozy Magic in the fourth spot. A space of 4 to Jessica's Race, still to the inside of IMEV. Those two at the back and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. First quarter mile, 24 3/5. They run to the half-mile pull. Fashionable Kitty has the lead by 2. Esther's Salad and Tamaki in pursuit, second and third. Then 3 lengths back to Cozy Magic in fourth. Another 2.5 lengths to IMEV to the outside. And Jessica's Race trails. The half was in 48 3/5, less than 3 furlongs to go. Fashionable Kitty on top by 3 parts of a length. Esther's Salad comes to engage outside in second. Tamaki ridden along in third. Cozy Magic outside fourth, now up in the third, but deep on the course. Second last IMEV as they turn into the stretch. Esther's Salad takes over. Esther's Salad with 3/16 to go, lugs in there. Fashionable Kitty is in second. Outside of Cozy Magic, who's closing in with each and every stride as they run to the 16th pole. Esther's Salad leads by a length over Cozy Magic on the outside second. Esther's Salad, Cozy Magic. It's Cozy Magic winning over Esther's Salad. Then it was Fashionable Kitty and I Am EV. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're going to take a look at the stretch run, so please hold all tickets. 1426, number 1, Cozy Magic first. Time for the mile, 142.21. Cozy Magic back to the winner's circle. Kentucky bred 6-year-old chestnut mare by Good Magic out of Cosette. Paul Barrow, owner trainer. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the day for Barrow and Gomez. Longshot LLC bred Cozy Magic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification. Number 4, Esther's Salad, has been disqualified from second and placed third for interference to the 2. New order of finish, 1, 2, 4, 6. Stewards ruled that Esther's Salad came over twice into the path of the 2, Fashionable Kitty, enough to warrant a disqualification. Flip the second and third place fillies and mares in this race. New order of finish, 1, 2, 4, 6. Let's take a look at the pan shot. Esther Salad, the one that got DQ'd. Riders wearing yellow cap. Fashionable Kitty. It's in the green shadow rail, white cap worn by the jockey. Stewart's rule there were a couple times. Right there's the first one. At the 4 came over onto the 2. And there's the second time. Head-on shot. Yellow cap Esther Salad is the one we're going to focus on. Comes over on the 2. Twice in the stretch. There's the first. And there's the second. 420, the winning mutual on Cozy Magic. Double $27.02. Exacta $13.42. Trifecta $10. Dime Super $6 even. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Tis Improbable, and the 5, Cha Cha Millie. Now there's a late jockey change to number 7, Tavern Talk, to John Barrios. John Barrios on number 7, Tavern Talk. Got Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Lead Pick 5 wagering. Post time in 17 minutes at 2:27 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 4, and yeah, Cozy Magic. It was close as Esther Salad ran another big race, but Cozy Magic was able to close down the middle of the track, just edge that one off. There's Oscar Gomez for another win for Paul Barrow. Takes race number 3. Took race number 1 as well. 4th race goes a mile. We scratch the 4, Tis Improbable. Scratch the 5, Cha Cha Willie. A lot of early money on the first time starter. Not really surprised by that. The connections alone, the horse is going to take some money. It's a horse by Independence Hall. They paid $75,000 as a weanling for him, and then she resold for $125,000 as a yearling. To have to Messy the Magician, who runs here. Of course, that one was well met before dropping in class to 5. So doesn't have to be much against this field, and she does draw the inside for her first career star for Kenneth McPeak. And 1-4 is the current price on her. It's only a 5-horse field, though. The 3, Find a Prince, I thought was probably the main threat. She stretches out for the first time after a series of sprints. And it's not like she's running that badly. She's chasing and fading in a lot of these races. And last time, it was a well-graded maiden event, the special weight. So I like the move to go a route because this horse is bred to go even longer than this. By First Samurai, the dam is by Tonalist. Got a big 364 for the number on the Tomlinson report. And I would think that this horse will appreciate the extra yardage and be a big threat. And she's right now the second longest shot of the board at odds of 8-1. The 2 horses, Hip Hop Dancer. She's going to get a little bit of play, but her last couple races have not been that good. She came here and ran in a sprint. Maybe the route could be the difference maker for Hip Hop Dancer. You look at her overall form. She's been against tougher in New York. When she was here before, she caught 2 off tracks in a row, including a speed favorite off track. But she's very well bred for the distance as well. So I would think that the stretch out could help. And right now she's getting some play at 5-1 with all the early money on first-time starter Lenny's Way. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with a 4th. Again, scratch the 4 and the 5.
Fillies and Mares on the track. 4th race, Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4 and 5. Number 1 is Lenny's Way and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2 is Hip Hop Dancer, GM Rohina. Number 3, Find Me a Prince, Kevin Navarro. Number 6 is Serena Fly, Andre Worry. And number 7, Tavern Talk, John Barrios, The Jockey Change. Post time in a few. Approach the gate. Loading up for race 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go. A mile, fillies and mares, maidens. Even money, number 1, Lenny's Way. Find Me a Prince. Serena Fly and Tavern Talk. Tavern Talk to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Breaking a little bit left at the start, Lenny's Way, who's last. It's Hip Hop Dancer and Find Me a Prince who send out for the lead. Serena Fly will make it 3 across the track early on. Lenny's Way is already out of last and is to the inside of Tavern Talk, who's about 8 lengths off the lead at the back. It's Hip Hop Dancer on top. The lead's a length and a half over Find Me a Prince, who rates outside second. A similar margin to Serena Fly in the third spot, and then a margin of 2 to Tavern Talk, who's to the outside of Lenny's Way at the back, and now only about 5 lengths from top to bottom as they race up the backstretch. First quarter mile, 24 4/5, and it's Hip Hop Dancer, who's doling out the fractions, leading by 3 parts of a length. Find Me a Prince outside second. Serena Fly 3 wide third, a length and a half off the lead. The opening half in 49 4/5. Tavern Talk is in fourth, then about 7 lengths to Lenny's Way, who's at the back of the pack. 3 furlongs for the winning line. Hip Hop Dancer, Serena Fly first and second. Find Me a Prince races in third and about 3 lengths off the lead. Then about 9 lengths back to Tavern Talk in fourth. And Lenny's Way trails as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Hip Hop Dancer and Serena Fly, they're clear by 5. Over Find Me a Prince in third. They've got 1 furlong to go. It's Hip Hop Dancer towards the rail. Serena Fly pressing to the outside second. Serena Fly trying to get to Hip Hop Dancer. Hip Hop Dancer, Serena Fly head and head. Here comes the winning line. Hip Hop Dancer over Serena Fly. Then it was Find Me a Prince and Tavern Talk. We've got a Stewart's Inquiry and Jockey Objection. Rider the 6, Serena Fly. Andre Warriors lodged an objection versus the unofficial winner, the 2 Hip Hop Dancer, for alleged interference in the stretch. Also, Stewart's Inquiry to the stretch run. 2637 unofficially. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification. Number 2, Hip Hop Dancer, has been disqualified from first and placed second. Flip the top 2. Number 6, Serena Fly, is your unofficial winner. Let's take a look at the DQ of the two hip hop dancer. Pan shot was in deep stretch, comes out and bumps the 6 right about there. That's the reason for the DQ. Once again, we're looking. We'll do the prices first, then we'll do the head-on shot. Serena Fly, $7.44. The winning mutual, double $25.08. Exacta, $15.84. Trifecta, $5.84. Dime Super, $5.69. Pick 3, $20.78. Once again, let's take a look at the head-on shot, which shows a little bit better. We're looking at Hip Hop Dancer, the 2 in the blue blinkers, and Serena Fly in the green and pink silks worn by Worry. In deep stretch, the 2 Hip Hop Dancer comes out into the path of the 6 Serena Fly, bumping her right there. And that's the reason for the DQ in race 4. Race 5, Scratch, the 3 Rochiel My Bell, the 5 In Traffic, the 8 Diva Banker, the 11 Bad Connection. John Barrios on the 2 tumbles, Exacta Try, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 4 Wagering, post time in 21 minutes.
All right, we're midway through this Tuesday card and a couple takedowns already. We haven't had a lot of takedowns this year, but another inquiry and yeah, hip hop dancer coming out late on Serena Fly and causing the DQ. So it was Andre Worry getting the victory for Ronnie Breed Jr. Okay, we look at the fifth. We scratch the 3, Rochelle Maybell, the 5 in traffic, the 8, Diva Banker, and I thought was a big scratch of the 11, Bad Connection. Why is it a big scratch? Because it really benefits the 4 only in my dreams. There really isn't any speed in here other than the 4 now that Bad Connection is out. So she has a tactical edge. It really comes down, is she good enough to beat some of these drop downs? She dropped down herself last time, and now she goes the same distance to 3/4, but she has a chance to control the pace in this race. They got the 10 is Dream on Kara. Obvious class of the race is she's been running against much tougher. She came here, ran against the 11s, only lost a couple lengths to Mamba Gigi. Tried the 1 Stapler. It was a really tough group that day, too. So now she gets some class relief dropping to 5. She hasn't shown much lately, but the class drop has really got to help. The 1 Trouble Luck's getting some action. Same thing. This one drops sharply, like Dream on Kara, but it shows absolutely nothing over her last few starts. So the drop should certainly help. Not sure about the distance for this horse, as she's over 15, but at 5,000 might not matter. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts with the 5th. You got about 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, 5th race here at Finger Lakes, scratches 3, 5, 8, and 11. Number 1, Troubled Luck, and Luis Perez. Number 2 is Tumbles and jockey John Barrios. Number 4, Only in My Dreams, Joel Cruz. Number 6 is Practical Rachel and Jose Ventura. Number 7, Jackson Avenue, Oscar Gomez. Number 9 is Numeric and Michael Davila Jr. And number 10 is Dream On Cara, Jose Baez. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. Fillies and Mares, condition claiming race. Big favorite, even money, number 4, Only in My Dreams. Six to 5, Only in My Dreams. 9 to 5 on number 10, Dream on Cara. Loading process has begun. Race 5 here at Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 4. Only in My Dreams, Joel Cruz with a winner on today's card already. Jackson Avenue. Oscar Gomez going for his 3rd win. On the Tuesday card, Numeric and Dream on Cara to the outside. And they're all the gate. And they're off. It's Jackson Avenue who blazes out for the lead. Numeric's on the outside in 2nd. And then it's Troubled Luck towards the inside 3rd. Now up into 2nd. Only in My Dreams tugging at the jockey up into 3rd. Numeric 4th. Dream on Cara and Tumbles 5th and 6th. Then about 7 lengths to Practical Rachel, who's at the back of the pack. Jackson Avenue on top by 3 with a half mile to go. Troubled Luck, the nearest pursuer, in 2nd. Only in My Dreams in 3rd to the inside. And Numeric in 4th. Dream on Cara ranging up nicely on the outside in 5th is Dream on Cara going from mid-pack up into 3rd, 4 lengths off the lead, and Dream on Cara making a nice bid on the turn. Second last Tumbles, and Practical Rachel draws closer at the back of the pack, but will have to negotiate some traffic as they reach the top of the stretch. Troubled Luck and Dream on Cara on the outside. Jackson Avenue battles on at the fence. Many lengths back to Practical Rachel in 4th. They got 1 furlong to go. Troubled Luck doggedly along the inside. Dream on Cara outside. Dream on Cara and Troubled Luck. Dream on Cara, Troubled Luck, head and head. Here comes the winning line. Dream on Cara wins over Troubled Luck Practical Rachel third. Jackson Avenue fourth. Number 10, Dream On Kara first. Second, number 1, Troubled Luck. Third, number 6, Practical Rachel. Fourth, number 7, Jackson Avenue. Fifth race, official, $8.72. The winning $2 win mutual on Dream On Kara. Super $34.16. Pick 3, $29.52. Double $32.42. Exacta $49.76. Early pick 5, 5 of 5, $625.62. Trifecta 10-1-6, $49.88. Back to the winner's circle, number 10, Dream On Kara. New York bred, 6-year-old bay mare by Central Banker out of Dreaming of Kara. Pater Pop Racing owns, Dana Saul trains, Jose Baez. The winning jockey, Richard Greeley, bred Dream On Kara. Race 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 3 of Vander Keen, exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:33 p.m. Another reminder, handicapping challenge here on track at Finger Lakes, Monday, July 27th. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers get money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's free to join.
All right, coming up on race number 6. Well, not sure what went awry with Only in My Dreams, but that one showed absolutely no speed. It was Jackson Avenue with Oscar Gomez, who was the aggressive one going to the front. Of course, that one wants nothing to do with the front end. You got a horse that wanted to be on the front that wasn't, and then you got a horse that didn't want anything to do with the front end that was. So it made the race an interesting one from there on. And it came down between Troubled Luck and Dream on Kara. And it was Dream on Kara getting a nose in front. Another win for Dana Saul, Jose Baez aboard. And, man, they're having a huge year, especially a high percentage year between Saul and Baez. 6 race, 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition, going a mile. We scratched the 3, Evander Keen. Looking at some of the competitors in here, you got the 6 and the 4, the 2 co-favorites, Ava's Uncle Billy and Merciless Annihilator, one of the best names at the track. Merciless Annihilator does have some speed, and you got Dana Saul trying to win again, and this one was just claimed for this price. So she's right back in for the same price, and he was pretty competitive last time in a 5.5 furlong sprint. So he's going to try a mile against the same type of horses after running against allowance horses. That makes him very logical because he didn't run that badly in the sprint last time. I mentioned he's got speed, but there is some other speed types in here. You have the inside speed of John the Baptist, Merciless Annihilator, then outside him is Ava's Uncle Billy. So all of them have tactical speed. If St. James can get the right kind of trip with these horses going at it on the front end, he could put in a late rally. He did last time against a pretty good one, Rockstar Rebel, and it was really close at the end. Almost timed perfectly by Jeremiah Flores. Probably a better scenario today with the speed signed up in this race for St. James to put in the late rally, but he is at the mercy of what happens there of the pace. So we'll see if he does get that. He's currently at odds of 5-2. Again, we scratch the 3, Evander Keen, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double at pick 3 starts in race number 6.
On the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 3. Number 1 is John the Baptist and John Barrios. Number 2, St. James, Jeremiah Flores. Number 4 is Merciless Annihilator and Jose Baez. Number 5, Bolt to Run, Cabercoa. Number 6, Ava's Uncle Billy, Andre Worry. And number 7 is Prophetic, Kevin Navarro is aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. 6 back to go a mile. 7-5 on number 6, Ava's Uncle Billy. 2-1 number 4, Merciless Annihilator. 5-2 on number 2, St. James. In this claiming race, non-winners of 3. Bolt to Run. Ava's Uncle Billy and Prophetic to the outside. They're on the gate. And they're off. Decent start. It's Ava's Uncle Billy who's edging out for the lead. John the Baptist counters up the inside. And then it's Merciless Annihilator and Bolt to Run as Ava's Uncle Billy is spun out 4 wide around that first turn. Prophetic is in 5th and 4 lengths to St. James, who is at the rear. As they circle around the first turn and transition to the backstretch, John the Baptist on the engine. The lead's 2 lengths. Over Bolt to Run, outside second, Ava's Uncle Billy's in third. Merciless Annihilator towards the inside, now up into a joint third, 3 lengths off the lead. 4 lengths to Prophetic, who's about 2 lengths in front of St. James at the back. First quarter, 24 2/5. John the Baptist up the backstretch has a lead by a couple of lengths over Merciless Annihilators up the inside, punching through at the fence in second. Ava's Uncle Billy in the clear in third. Bolt to Run shuffled fourth. 2 lengths to Prophetic outside in fifth. And St. James at the back, but only about 5 lengths off the lead. 2.5 furlongs to go. John the Baptist taken on by Ava's Uncle Billy. It's Prophetic who's circling up on the outside, up in the second, the green blinkers. St. James up into fourth as Merciless Annihilator shuffle back a little bit. Bolt to Run trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Ava's Uncle Billy is homeward bound. On top by a half length over Prophetic, who tackles on the outside, and Prophetic is able to push on by Ava's Uncle Billy in mid-stretch. Third place, St. James. They come down to the finish. It's Prophetic. Prophetic leads by a length and a half in the end. Ava's Uncle Billy second. St. James third. Bolt to Run fourth. 7625 in race 6, number 7 Prophetic first. Mile 141.06. Back to the winner's circle, number 7 Prophetic. New York bred 5-year-old bay gelding by looking at Lucky and a Whispering Angel. Windy Lee Farm owns Jonathan Buckley. Trains Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Windy Lee Farm, New York LLC bred Prophetic. 2 wins in the card for trainer Jonathan Buckley. $7.58 the winning mutual. Pick 4, $191.84. Super $7.02. Double $64.34. Exacta $22.56. 50-cent trifecta 7, 6, and 2. $10.89. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. 20 minutes. 20 minutes to race 7.
All right, we got about 9 minutes to post for race number 7. Looking back at the 6, what a good job by Kevin Navarro. He was able to be very patient with Prophetic, knew that John the Baptist was going to come back to them, and he got the little better trip than the other closer, St. James, as he was able to get the clean trip outside where St. James was trying to maneuver through traffic. And Eva's Uncle Billy ran a big race too, but had to settle for second. But I thought it was a good job by Kevin Navarro with the victory for Windy Leaf Farm and John Buckley, another win for them. 7th race, an allowance race, never won 2. This could be considered our feature of the day, and it's a good one. Short price favorite is probably going to be the 2, Mission Critical. This one broke his maiden against 2-year-olds going the mile distance. And then they thought enough of him to try him in a couple stakes races where you have to come off Lasix. That's the Damon Runyon Stakes and the Gander Stakes. Of course, he was already off Lasix. So his first time Lasix when he came here in the 2 Lifetime. But they tried adding blinkers, and I'm not sure why. But they took the blinkers back off last time, and he ran better with the cutback in distance to the sprint. That race is actually good enough to beat this field, the race that he ran in the 30,000. So if he can repeat that effort that he had last time, although he may have benefited from a 45 half running into, but he seems to have an edge on this field, and he's going to be the favorite. Right now he's at odds of 4 to 5. Other horses to consider. Well, my second choice was the 3 Arches of Saul, but this one was a mystery horse. I mean, he won to break his maiden, his last start, proved he can run on the dirt, and absolutely dominated the maiden special weights. Yeah, it wasn't the strongest of fields, but this horse is very well bred. He it's that Arches Smile. That's the one that's half to a bunch of them. You got Johannesburg Smile, Wildcat Smile, Stormy Smile, Tisnow Smile. They're all good. 3 of them are stakes winners. A bunch of them are stakes placed. Leobon's not a bad sire for the New York breds, and it's tough to gauge how good he is off of his last start. I mean, the fact that they bet him off of the turf, he's going to be tough. I mean, he's just cutting back in distance. Right now, he's a big price at odds of 14 to 1. The 6 is Rockin' Money. I think he's more of an underneath type, but maybe the mile could be the difference. I mean, this horse had no excuse when he ran second to Savage State. He's supposed to run second to Lord King, who's a pretty tough one in the condition. But the previous start, Koa didn't do anything wrong, swept him outside, and the horse just wanted to go to the other horse and hang, and that's exactly what he did. So he just doesn't want to win, but he's a good check getter, and maybe the mile could be the difference, which could break him through to the winner's circle. It's hard not to use him if you're using underneath exactas and trides and things like that. Skytown is the morning line favorite. He was 20 to 1 in this condition last time, so you're going to get a lot shorter price. He does come out of a good race, though. The horses that were second and third both came back to win, and he had trouble that race as well. So there's some things to like about Skytown. Well, again, so it turned out to be a good race, but it was probably not as tough as this one, even though it's a key race. But he plays, especially if he can avoid any trouble today. Skytown, maybe another one that's more of an underneath type. He's currently at odds of 5 to 1. So good race for race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double is offered in here.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. And number 1 is Speedster and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Mission Critical, Andre Worry. Number 3, Arches Assault and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 4, Skytown with jockey Jackie Davis. Number 5, Pandemic Hero, Kevin Navarro. And number 6, Rockin' Money, Caber Koa. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes for race number 7. Horses have reached the starting gate for the 7th race here at Finger Lakes. We do have some deer that are on the track. I think it's a mom and a baby deer. They're crossing over, hopefully, from the infield to the forest area beyond the infield. And they are now off the track. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. 6 to 5, number 2, Mission Critical. Arches Assault. Skytown. Pandemic Hero. And Rockin' Money. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Pandemic Hero, who's barreling out for the lead. Rockin' Money outside second. Skytown emerges third. Arches Assault in fourth. Mission Critical buried towards the inside in fifth. 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead. In a space of two, the Speedster is off the inside of the tail of the field. They run to the half-mile pole. Pandemic Hero has the lead by just about a length. Rockin' Money prompting outside second. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. Arches Assault stalks in third to the inside of Skytown fourth. Mission Critical 3 wide in fifth, and Speedster inside of him at the back, but only about 5 from top to bottom, 2.5 furlongs to go. Rockin' Money takes over. Skytown comes to confront on the outside. Arches Assault needs some racing room as it's Mission Critical who will loop up to the far outside, and Speedster's at the tail of the field as they have 3/16 to go, and it's Skytown now striking the front. Mission Critical's on the outside. Speedster's in about the 2 path. Rockin' Money's not going away. 4 chances here, 16th to go. Mission Critical on the far outside, now striking the front, going with Rockin' Money, and it's Mission Critical who defeats Rockin' Money. Then it was Speedster and Skytown. Two, 6, 1, 4. Number 2, Mission Critical first. 6 furlongs, 111.60. Seventh race official. Mission Critical pays $6.86 to win. Dime Super 740, double $34.84, exacta 22.20, trifecta $25.74. To the winner's circle, number 2, Mission Critical. New York bred, 3-year-old bay gelding by Midnight Loot, out of Critical Value. Owned by 10 Strike Racing, Jeremiah Engelhardt, the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double today. Marshall Graham and Clay Sanders. Bred Mission Critical. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, Centavo. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Just a reminder, we continue live racing tomorrow. Of course, with the 12:55 first post, 8 of them tomorrow as well. A lot of close finishes today, a lot of great races. Mission Critical, good job by Andre Worry, able to time that one perfectly. Horse, the price went up. I mean, the horse was a favorite all the way, opened up 3-5, but ended up being co-favorite at 2-1 come post time. So he did get a little value after all for Mission Critical. Andre Worry for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart, who shooting at a pretty good percentage as well. We're talking about the percentages of some of these trainers. I mean, he's better than 33% as well. You got him, Chris Engelhart, Dana Saul, all winning at very high percentages. Lately, Charlie Baker as well. So we scratched the 3 Centava in race number 8. Non-winners of 2 races since the date or never won 4. Goes a distance of 1:70. Could have a very short price favorite in here. Kind of a scary drop, but on paper, really difficult to go against Catch the Smoke, who last start here in the slop won for fun at the 11-9 claiming level. Tried an open 12-5 at Saratoga, didn't run that badly, but returns at 5,000 after running against so much tougher. Could possibly be the speed of the race as well in a race lacking in any pace. So would expect Catch the Smoke to go to the lead. A lot of question marks about this horse, though, why he's in for 5 today, but very well bred as well. I mean, this is a half to Capo Costello, who won 6 stakes races in Panama. So you do have some breeding in there for Catch the Smoke, who's currently at odds of 2-5. Wouldn't expect him to go off much higher than that. The 2 is Mad Magic, and a horse that's really at the mercy of the pace and isn't going to get it. It doesn't look like he's going to get the pace in here. But if they do start backing up late, he's the late runner. He was able to get moving. Perez got him going last time a little bit early to make sure the pace didn't get away from him. It was an easier field, but he was able to take care of business. And that's the issue, though, with Mad Magic. His lack of early pace puts him in a bad predicament sometimes when there isn't much pace up front, which there doesn't seem to be in here. But a hard horse not to use in the top 3 just on consistency. I would expect him to be closing by some tiring horses in the end. I don't know about catching the big favorite if he's loose on the lead. The other horse that really plays in here and another drop down is the 7 OP Firecracker, who's been running against starter allowance competition. Last time against a beaten $5,000 race, he went a little bit shorter, going a mile, and he won pretty easily. Now, the race wasn't that bad. When you look at who was in there, Coach Bahi just cut back a distance and won a sprint the other day. And then the next race in the starter ran very well, ran second against Ola Thable, who was up for Horse of the Year, and that was a real good one. So Opie Firecracker is not out of this one, and he's got enough tactical speed to stay close with Catch the Smoke as well. So that's the other player in here. And if he just runs his race, he's a big top 3 threat. It's all a question of what happens here with Catch the Smoke. Like I said, scary drop, going to be a big favorite, but might also be the speed of the race. Exacta Tri is super offered in race number 8. We scratched the 3 Centava. They're about to go on the track.
horses coming on the track, eighth and final. Finger Lakes scratch the 3. There's number 1, Socks for Daughters, and Chris Russell. Number 2, Mad Magic, Luis Perez. Here's the heavy favorite right now. Number 4, Catch the Smoke, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5 is Ice Time, GM Rohina. Number 6, Retail Man, Oscar Gomez. And number 7, OP Firecracker, Michael Davila Jr. up. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go mile 70. 3 to 5 on number 4, Catch the Smoke. 3 to 1, number 7, OP Firecracker. 4 to 1, number 5, Ice Time. Loading up for the 8th and final. Ice Time goes in. Retail Man and OP Firecracker. They're all in the gate. And they're off. No one really wants the lead. Everyone's lining up for it, though. Retail Man 4 wide going out for the lead. Ice Time is in the 3-path. Mad Magic will be 2 wide as Oxford Daughters gets the pinch along the inside as Retail Man was able to cross and clear. Retail Man has the lead by 2 lengths. OP Firecracker second. Here comes Catch the Smoke from last up into third. Oxford Daughters towards the inside fourth. And it's Mad Magic in second last, and Ice Time now trails the field and about 6 lengths off the lead. That lead being set by Retail Man, who has the lead by 2. Over the gray, Catch the Smoke outside second. OP Firecracker, red blinkers towards the inside in third. And then in fourth, that is Ice Time. Mad Magic's in second last at about 7.5 lengths off the lead. And Oxford Daughters is at the tail of the field. Half mile to go in the nightcap. Retail Man leads by 2 over Catch the Smoke. The opening half in 49 1/5. OP Firecracker within striking range in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Ice Time outside of him. Then 3 lengths to Mad Magic, who's 6 in front of Oxford Daughters. Midway on the far turn, Retail Man, Catch the Smoke to the outside, ratcheting up the pressure. And then in third, that is Ice Time, followed up by OP Firecracker, who at this point in time, 1 paced in fourth. Mad Magic outside fifth as they turn into the stretch. Catch the Smoke takes over. Catch the Smoke, Retail Man battles on in second. Ice Time is in third, 3 lengths off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. Catch the Smoke leads by a length and a half. Here's Ice Time. Ice Time with a burst of energy, able to pass. Catch the Smoke in the last 70 yards. Retail Man third. Then it was Mad Magic. Five, 4, 6, 2. Ice Time to the winner's circle. Kentucky bred 6-year-old bay gelding by Keen Ice out of Cyrenaica. Alexander Kasdan is the owner. Chris Engelhardt, the trainer. GM Rahina, the winning jockey. $15.70 the winning mutual, double $59.30, exacta $37.16, try for $86.20. Super $60.04, pick 3 $73.44, pick 4 $321.95, pick 5 5 of 5, $4,517.81. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing day tomorrow. First post 12:55 p.m. Programs will be available for download, if not already, pretty soon at fingerlakesgaming.com. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.